Hello, world. We're back for, I don't know, day 3 of Bitburner. A game all about sort of cyberspace hacking, although it is, of course, loosely based on that. But the primary game mechanic is writing, as you can see on screen, computer code. So, day 1, I just kind of barely learned what was going on. Day 2, I started to figure it out and write some programs and understand what's possible. And last night, I couldn't sleep because my mind just couldn't put it down, and I ended up getting back out of bed and starting this script. Here it is running in the terminal, or, well, running, whatever. And the idea is that it will scout the entire network to discover all of the servers that exist. It will periodically attempt to own any of the servers that we don't already have the ability to execute our own code on. And will also periodically report what is going on. Since that's all it does, so far, that's all it reports on. I just barely started to add attacking owned servers. Well, no, not quote-unquote owned, because the home server that we start with is not going to be attacked. It will be resources to execute attacks. Right now, got a much simpler script that just hacks a single target. So I've got my big home server attacking this one, and this one attacking a smaller one. And that is slowly building up my hack level and some money in the background while I figure this out. So, what I think I figured out during the time that I should have been sleeping, but I couldn't. What's important is every server has a difficulty level. Let's see if we can... Well, there's a required hacking skill, which is different from whatever this is. There's so many properties that a server has. It's hard to understand everything, but there's base difficulty and hack difficulty and min difficulty. And server security level, which is, I think, this value. And then additionally, there's a required skill to hack it, which is hard to truly know what that means. Oh, no. Required hacking skill is obvious. If this number is bigger than this number, then you can hack it, period. But difficulty is pretty much unrelated to your level. It's just how effective and how challenging your actions will be. Carrying out the same operation on a high difficulty or security level server will take longer and net less, I'm pretty sure. So, right. You can weaken the security level down to some minimum that I don't know where the minimum comes from, but it is pretty clearly related to this security slash difficulty level. It's like this baby server 1-1. Then we ignore this one because it's a weird exception. The next one is 5 difficulty and 3 minimum security level. I should probably print out some headings here, but it would force me to make the columns wider, so and then above 5, I think 10 is the next difficulty level, and it has 3 still. Minimum security level 15, 5, 15, 5, 15, 5, 15, 5, 27, 30, 10. So those minimum possible security level and hack difficulty. No, not hack difficulty. What is that first column? Yes, hack difficulty. It's not security. It is difficulty. Oh. Oh, I filled these in. Base, min. So security level and difficulty are different. But that implies it's the same. So the thing that it calls min difficulty as a property of a server, it documents as minimum server security level. But the result of get server min security level, or really get server security level, is not the same as hack difficulty, which it calls server security level. One of the other things I realized overnight is it sure appears like this game's API is intentionally designed to be maximally inconsistent and unpleasant. So like the property of server is called FTP cap port cap open, but the method of NS is called FTP crack, all lowercase. And hacking level, current hacking level, multiply. There's a method for that? Oh. Well, I might not even need that anymore, but it's good to know that that exists. See, the properties are all lowercase, no matter how many words get smashed together. Jumper. $16.15. And then methods are mostly snake case and sometimes just mashed together. But then separately, the file is called capbrute all cap SSH. The method is just called brute SSH. But the property of the server is called some SSH port open snake case. Whereas this is shouting snake case, or no, that's different. I don't know what it's called, but the thing where you fully capitalize initialisms, I hate with a fiery burning passion. It is wrong in all scenarios and it should never be done. But there are a lot of prominent examples where it is, in fact, done. Anyways, all that to say, there is some measure of difficulty. And basically how much money you can have and how bad your security can get or is likely to get and how many resources you'll have to invest in order to blah, 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 blah. Seems to be directly related on combat. So, long way of saying, I believe my goal is going to be in this loop I will actually await let target equals await attack select target, something like that. If we have a target, okay, so this will find a target that we're not already attacking with the lowest difficulty level. I think I need to write a test script. Meh. Just gonna wing it. So there's a chance, especially at startup, that we will have no known hosts at all. We won't even find a target. I think I'm going to rearrange this to make it cleaner. If there's no target, we'll just keep going. Okay, so now we know we have a target. How do I want to arrange this? There's basically this logic sort of, except it's built into each of these functions now. I want to decide do I need to weaken? Do I need to grow? So I think I'm going to say now, if attack needs weaken, So otherwise, we might heck. So each of these launch functions are going to contain like nope, this logic to decide how much what how much resources, that's bad grammar. How much resources we're going to dedicate to this action. So the launching will run through the survey, effectively, of resources we have to launch attacks. And at some point, it's going to try to launch an attack, and it's going to have no resources available. And I'm trying to decide how I want to communicate that. I'm starting to think an exception is the right thing. I almost forget how to do JavaScript exceptions. Do I need to define a class to throw? No. Exception handling. Ugh. I can throw a string. I would really like to do that. Oh, you always catch all errors in JavaScript. Right. try catch if E is resource exhausted. Does JavaScript do that? Throw E. Yeah. So that's the idea. So now I need to write attack needs weaken. And that's going to be largely this. Like so. Roughly. Okay, free RAM is incorrect. Or, well, needs to be rewritten. I need to go over the whole set of servers. Okay, so I think the amount of RAM for a single operation is basically all the same. Hack is a tiny bit cheaper. But if any of them fail to find enough RAM to launch one thread, they're basically all going to be stuck. So yeah, I'm going to continue. Okay, I need free RAM. Hold all, Control K, Control O. It just plain doesn't do that. Async function free RAM. Meh. Servers is an object. If not, server.has. How do I do this, but for values like S is a server? I think this is VS Code. Type. Oh, is it a function parameter in this case? So I could just that. Yes. If I have no admin rights, forget it. Result includes does the server object not have available RAM? Max RAM? Used RAM? If oh start host name home. Reserve 6 gigabytes on home, so I never use it all up, so I can always run something. Oh, because it's not server, it's S. That's better. So I did just put S there. The maximum threads that we should use to weaken... No, that's wrong. The maximum threads that we can launch is that if oh yeah, okay. I was about to, throw an error if I can't find enough space, but you never use 100%. Even though here I'm kind of trying to. It's not as obvious now, but I've seen it. It's very, very possible. Like I've got 0.5 gigabytes in 4 places, and so I would add up that that's enough. But I won't actually be able to find a place to launch any given thread. So I need the launch, which is actually going to look at individual servers, to be the thing that decides. I couldn't find a place to launch even one thread. So I don't need to think about that here. So that's the maximum number of threads that I could launch. So if the security level, current security level, is below that threshold, i.e. a single weakened thread would overdo it, don't even bother. So now security level minus current security level minus the minimum possible security level is the amount that we would like to remove. We'll divide that by the amount that one thread will remove. And take the ceiling of that so that I will actually remove all of it. That's the number of threads that I'm going to launch, unless it's more than the maximum number that I can currently launch. I need to redo all this logic in launch the way this is written. So it's not needs. So if I don't even have one thread worth of security to remove, I just don't remove any. Okay, so now we are going to make a hack version of this as well. We're working hard for CyberSec. And we have enough money to buy a NeuroFlux governor. So we probably should. It's going to be a long time. Did that get more expensive? Whatever. It's going to be a long time before we can afford those either way. And where are all my other Factions. Oh, you wanted me to have $15 million. Sure, whatever. Something above 192. It needs 2 ports. I should be doing this. Do I have FTP? I have Brute SSH and FTP. Oh yeah, I already have access to that. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. So I can't easily see the things that I don't have access to because I didn't spend time doing deep scan. I wonder if there's a way to save these things across prestiges, because redoing them every time, ugh. So I'm not getting very much money right now because of my background hacking is very inefficient. Once I finish this, it'll get a lot better. This is going to have to get more complicated. So instead, it's going to be let attack threads weaken if T continue. That 3 times, we can grow heck. So let's attack launch weekend. Okay, so I want to scan all my servers. And for each one, If I don't have room for any threads, forget it. Look at the next one. If couldn't launch anything, signal that fact. If we could, if we did find enough RAM, the process is think exec. Script to execute on the server that's going to execute it. And the target host that we're going to attack. And exec deed returns the PID. Begin. Now. And. Ugh. Now plus something. So I want to plan a weekend. Get weekend time. The amount of time in milliseconds it takes to execute the weekend function against in milliseconds. Number of milliseconds. Perfect. ns dot get weekend time. And it directly returns the number. So we're launching a process. A list of processes. Plus maybe you're right. I really don't think so. I think it's push. Yeah. So we will get the existing target or create it. Might return false. 0. Yeah. If not PID, get it. Keep going. But if we didn't forget it, that means we launched something. No, I don't want to block here and await on anything like the process finishing. What I want to do is keep looping and launch more processes on more servers until don't launch too many. And now that we launched it, track that we're done. Don't keep trying if we don't have any work to do. So somewhere else. Ultimately, the point of recording the ongoing attacks is I want to display the fact that I'm attacking things. Oh, I've owned every server I know about. I should potentially be scanning more deeply, or let's see. That says use the scan analyze command.
British and American have made the atomic bomb at last. The first one was dropped on a Japanese city this morning. It was designed for a detonation equal to
I received a faction invitation because I've got so much money now.
That's 2,000 times the power of one of the RAF's 10
That must mean we finally finished growing food and stuff, and we started attacking it. We probably regrew after we completed an attack. Let's see, Sector 12 has almost no rep. CyberSec has tons, but not enough. I don't have nearly enough money. Is there something I could earn easily here if I switched to you? Have the money. I got 1,000 rep to get another Neuroflux governor. Everything else is real expensive, but maybe I could get augmented targeting. And that's a permanent unlock, so let's contract for you now. Yeah, I have a feeling. Actually, let's just leave you running and get deep scan going. And if you complete, and suddenly this script can see more servers than I just know, I need deep scan. For my scripts. In fact, it should say more than 16 immediately. I know there's more servers than that. Whoa. What is this? Index.d.ts. Create a program. Create program. So there must be an API for that. NightSec is interested in me now. If I get to there. What unblocked that? Level 200? Yep. I need to add something, possibly report, because it's going to be digging through that stuff anyways, that will remove attack processes that have finished. Maybe that should be independent, one little tight loop dedicated to cleaning up attacks. Maybe the main attack loop should do that. But immediately before selecting target, just before we pick the target, clean up completed attacks. Thread or options? Marks. Oh. Interesting. RAM override can be used to make a more complicated script. It's only doing one thing, only pay what it has to. So that doesn't do a sleep thread. Yeah, there we go. That's good. That last example shows that I'm calling it correctly. Args is... What's the name for that? var args is the closest I can come up with, but I think that's what C calls it. Even though the documentation mentioned it being an array, I don't pass an array of arguments. I just pass the arguments. And JavaScript features turn that into an array. Okay, anyways. Kill button in the overview dropdown. Yeah, I don't really want to write a script like that. So I think that's in options. I have to reload because that's dirty. No. So this only scans at one level. I probably need to modularize scanning. Maybe I could or should make C2 directly, because it already does all the scanning, directly kill everything running there when you discover a host the first time. On the other hand, once I start using this, it's all going to be operations that will end pretty quickly anyways. I think I'll just leave it for now. Does that always mean powers of 3? I might care about these at some point. I didn't realize I had turned that on. It's going to be tough to see that in action. Maybe I can run a survey. Yeah, I get all the zeros now. And I probably want that so that things line up. Yeah, okay. Isn't what I was looking for, but I found it and I like it. 16. Let's pay attention to this. Don't even remember what I'm doing so much. So I'm gonna let that run for a minute and try to notice 16 known, 16 owned. Once this executable completes, will I suddenly be able to discover more servers? Minute left. Almost done. I think that only runs every 5 seconds, so let's leave it for a minute. Still just 16. Do I need to up the depth of my search? I should know more than 16 at this point. In fact, Do I have to manually run the scan command for my scripts to scan things? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. You should be saying 28 now, and you're not. I must. 0 gigabytes. What is that? Right. I need to include a filter. In you. I don't think I've even written that yet, have I? You should definitely say more than 16. And I'm so in the middle of things. This script is going to misbehave quite a bit if I relaunch it now. I have some kind of scan depth, don't I? 4. Which starts at 0. Why do you say only 16 known? Oh. I'm not actually calling attack yet. So I can safely restart. It won't run all that stuff that might not work yet. So you start, say 0, and at some point you discover things. 40. Why? Why did you never find them before? Scout should be an infinite loop. Every 2.5 seconds. Interesting that it took so long for you to update. Guess I should put that here. As well. Would that be more efficient? Probably. I don't know, you're repeating things a lot. A lot. Although seven. Yeah, that was a bug I shouldn't have done. Right. I don't do that because I don't know how the system works. Do new hosts appear? Or is the tree fixed from the beginning? Let's see. If I leave this in, then I will never discover new things. Oh, ever. I think I'll just leave this. I don't care how. Or, right. We will mark it visited after we've... No, this will be an infinite loop. What do I really want to do here? Mark the route visited. So we don't scan it. Well, no, that won't work either. That means we'll never scan home. I'm doing something wrong here. I think it's just too much recursion that's unnecessary. Should I be only doing this at this top level? I want to scan the neighbors of every host once. And if I've already scanned its neighbors, let's see what that does. That'll call scan. We'll start at home. Don't recurse too far. If we've already scanned this root node, skip it. Otherwise, record it as being scanned. And then scan it. and then potentially scan every single one of its neighbors. I mean, by moving this, I think I've done exactly the same thing, but more logic and guard clauses. I'm pretty confident this will do more like what I'm hoping for. Whoa. Whoa. I need to edit target hack to reserve more memory. If as I get host name, there. There. That'll use food and stuff more and home less. Perfect. And yeah, food and stuff is hanging around pretty close to 50 million, except each chunk that we steal from it now. And money is pouring in finally. Okay. Improvement complete. Back to scouting. Yeah, that's still visiting things many, many times, which it should never do now. It should never print scout route more than once. Wait, what? Main scout line 199. Route is already a thing, which I copied incorrectly. So there we go. Oh, scout. And there we go. I scrolled too far or something. Like this is the one that really stands out to me. It's listed exactly one time. And we recursed a lot and short-circuited quickly. I think I will live with that. What did we just do? We backed up. It doesn't include the leading slash. It's not a slash there either.
Heroin overdose are lethal.
There. I have to give the leading slash for a directory reference to work in the terminal.
The effects of a heroin overdose are lethal.
But in a script, it's not included. Ugh, what a mess. Like another way that the game seems like intentionally inconsistent just to be annoying. Wait, I'm not doing anything because I finished it. Ugh. Let's work for you. Because I'm most of the way to affording that. Nope. Oh, by the time I have that much money, I might have that much prep. And I want to give me, so sure. I need more than 2 ports, or you're not owning correctly. Scan, analyze. Crush fit. No, I don't have levels for most of these. Yes. No, but the level's too high. No, but the level's just barely too high. You're gonna hack that soon. How quickly is my level gonna raise? yes, no, but the level's way too high. Yes, 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 yes. No level, no level, no level. I wonder if there are augments that make creating programs faster. So you are hacking. So are you. Hacking and growing. Oh, complete. Level up. 16 owned. One, two, three, four. See, my loop is not working. I think that's the problem. My infinite loop is not infiniting. So it should be the case that... Oh, wrong script. I start up by scouting. And I should be doing this regularly. Maybe I'm not, even though I intend to be. So it should be the case that I reset what I visited, do a complete scan, and wait a while and repeat. Oh, and this is so hard to debug because I have to actually level up and whatnot to make this work. So I trigger the condition. Should make this. So is it the fact that I'm not scouting it, or is it the fact that I'm not owning it? So the problem is that I'm using the log for my persistent status. So I can't conveniently actually put logs anywhere. Okay. I'm sure I've waited long enough that this should work. And own is doing the same thing. Every once in a while it tries owning hosts. It scans every server and owns it if it can. And this works. I've seen it. Or have I been relaunching? It works at least once. I have a feeling that my re-scanning is what's failing. And I'm never trying to own things because I'm never scanning them. Or, no, it's in the scan. One, 115. totally should have owned AVMnet by now. And it should have gone up from 16. AVM Night. That's still no, isn't it? Still no, even though our level is not only high enough, it's even higher than that. Where's the bug? Ooh. I assume it's in scouting. And that I am... No, it can't be in scouting. Because if it says 49 known, it knows about that. Oh, I'm so confused because there's some amount of C2 that works. It owned those 16. Why didn't it not own the 17th? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I need to put in a bunch of debugging, which is going to stink. No. This is indeed the loop. Okay, well, anyways, I need a bathroom break. So I'm going to go do that. See you all shortly. Well, okay. Programming Inception. As I headed back to the interface to switch to the Be Right Back screen, I realized my bot's not in the channel, which made me realize it's not running, which made me realize why, which made me decide I need to fix it. And that's taking a while. So we get to wait around while I check to see if I can get that running again, hopefully quickly. Why are you not? Which is a painfully slow process because I've got a lot of prerequisites to install, and Pip is apparently doing a very slow job of trying to install every single one of them, and then whenever one of them fails, I have to retry all of them. So each cycle gets slower and slower as more and more things succeed, and then when one fails, I need to fix that and retry. Alphabetic, and I'm up to the Q's and the R's now. S and something in T fails. Of course, with all this updating of dependency versions, who knows if I will successfully run the code with all these dependencies changed out now. Problem is that I uninstalled an old version of Python and my virtual environment now doesn't run because it's hard linked to that old version with a bunch of old dependencies. Almost makes you want to reinstall that old version of Python. So many dependencies. Why are you not owning new servers? Ugh. Okay, starting from scratch again. Hopefully with some of the big parts actually installed so you won't keep retrying it. Yeah, already satisfied. Good. Okay, the last failure was in the T's. We're up to the P, Q, R. Another failure in the T's. Yeah. Unsnarling this set of dependencies might take a while. I'm not a huge fan of the way Python virtual environments work. Because it records the specific version of every transitive dependency all in one flat list. It becomes really difficult to update things selectively. Yeah, this is going to be a project. So I don't know which are the real dependencies and which are the transitive ones. And if I update one of the ones that fails to install now, but keep the existing list, And I've got a lot of conflicting versions. New transitive dependencies already installed and the old ones in the old requirements. How to deal with this? I guess I just install the latest version of absolutely everything and hope things haven't broken, but they probably have. You're at least passively building up money and reputation in Bitburner while I try to get the bot fixed. I'm really unsure. Yeah, okay. Let's parallelize. That's running and it takes a lot of waiting for things. So I'm going to throw in, yep, a bunch of prints. That discrepancy is going to make things difficult. A whole like 30 some servers that it would print every single time. There's that. Okay, all packages fully updated. Now, will it run or will it crash? Unexpected keyword argument. Yeah. If I update all the dependencies, I have to update the code. What a shock. Didn't think that updated. But whatever. Where's the documentation? text. Language. TTS model. Oh boy. Has been succeeded by, yeah. Can't find documentation because you've removed it all, haven't you? Oh gosh, I did a major update. 05 to 1.1. And that's the old source.
John Kennedy shot in Dallas and he knew why he got shot, and he did not want to get shot. LBJ, why did they shoot JFK? Why did they shoot JFK?
Yikes. I might need to put that old version of Python back and maybe fix this more later. It's been so long since I wrote all this code and now I need to update a bunch of it. How do I specify the voice? Is that called TTS model now? Yeah. Let's try to put the old version of Python back because it's going to take a good long while to update this. How much money do we have? We need 133 to buy that, and we've got it. So I probably will buy that before I reset or whatever. Okay. That's what I should have done the whole time. Maybe I'll go and update that later. For now, what if I just do that? Will it work? I don't hear anything. Well, it's not quite working. Partially, but not completely. But that's enough distraction for now. I think it's time. Well, let's buy this. And finish terminal print debugging. See, the report tells me what I need to know about various it doesn't tell me I think the problem is in here. Yeah, what? No, in here. Too many jokers. All right, I'm going to install augmentations and prestige reset. Perfect. Now, when I run you, you immediately discard 49 things and own 3 of them. I'm going to tweak things a bit. If wired level is more than 10, never mind, don't tell me about it. Okay, there's things that are not owned, but could be. I have owned noodles and food and stuff. And if I start hacking food and stuff like that, although I'm mostly going to be growing, it should raise my level. So my level is currently 1 and need 5 to get into Sigma. And you're weakening and growing. Eventually some of that should complete and my hacking level should go up. How long are you claiming you're going to take? 3 minutes! 2 minutes, jeez. Let's kill everything. Instead, locally, attack the small target. Is that going to change anything, or is it still going to take a while? The first. Oh, we're growing. That's one thing. 2 minutes, because my hacking level is really, really low. So that didn't help. So start that over. Egg noodles. Egg food and stuff. And just wait. It'll take several minutes. But we should go from 3 to 4 after a little while. I can definitely see that we are repeatedly scouting and owning like I expected. And own is looping through Sigma, through the servers, and for example, seeing Sigma. Does Sigma need open ports? No. Should have thrown some logging in the attempts to own things. Probably got some time until hacks start. We'll see if I pass this. Ugh. Automatic insertion. So there's that. If you try, so we should be able to reload without own 1, own 2. Level 2. So this is still working as expected. Now we need to wait for the level to grow to 5 to see what happens. Nuke! How did we suddenly jump to level 39? See, on its own, a new thing became hackable, and so we hacked it. It's working. I think we must have just completed a big batch of stuff against food and stuff. Okay. Sure, whatever. I want to remove basically all of this. I think that's all working. If server dot connect difficulty is greater than 10, continue. Basically just ignore things. Sort of. Look at that. It did it once and it never did it again. That's the bug. Why are you not... continuing to scout? Now see, the thing is, scout visited must not be resetting. Scout visited is null. Becomes a new set, and we start a scan. There's a couple that appeared. Maybe the clearing is the bug in my diagnostics. It's reporting more often than it's... Yeah, okay. Clearing is the bug because the report runs more often than the scan. Scout. Let's see if money available here ever changes. Every couple seconds we should print out a new version of it, right? I should maybe not keep the whole server object and instead look up the values when I want them live every time. It's not scouting anymore. Zero, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 2, 3. That's correct. Why? That's a T, that's why. I can't see where the bug is. That's correct. So what was the problem? When I finally, deep in, unlocked a new ownable host, it never got owned, or it never got owned. I could verify that from outside. Why is it not saying 3 anymore? What? Whoa. It's no longer successfully scanning everything. Whoa. Found 2. Is that this? Heck, difficulty is changing. Now found 3. Why did that change? Every time. Ugh. I don't like this. I kind of want to rewrite this to not rely on globals as much. And then what do I do? I don't understand where the bug is. And it takes like hours. Or at least several minutes to exercise this. Okay. So I backed it up so that I could rewrite. Just scan. to explore dot. Yeah. File size. I don't use this anywhere yet. Okay. How does... No, it must... Yeah, I use it in report. Just don't address things by name. Yeah, I use it all over the place. So let's not break this. Reach host. Huh. Add, clear, delete, as the last element. Because I really want unshift first. For each of those, I visited it. moved it. It's not the case that it has host. Do I remember my algorithms? This should be breadth first. Start with a root node into Explorer. Grab it out. Record it and mark it as visited. For all of its neighbor nodes, if I haven't already visited it, explore it. Exploring it will record it and mark it visited, and then continue the frontier from there. This feels right. Okay, we're not clearing. What happens? Oh, scout visited. Just leave that in for now. Scout itself. Why only 5? What am I waiting for? I should have access to Hongfeng. My level is way above that. Don't need any ports. So this is kind of the problem. So let's come back and not reverse. It's got to go on. Ugh. I have to search once. Okay, so I will further hack this by saying to explore. It says scan home. We'll specifically find those and nothing else every time. 7 known, 4 owned. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those are the 7. So the bug must be in own. Greater than 10. So not that in here. Hmm? You didn't print anything. There you go. How did you jump up to 6 owned before we printed anything? Should have printed that before you got to that. I'm so confused. I hate that. Okay. Whoa. Did a few things. First time we tried to own, didn't. We already had 2. But no, it was up there. We've already lost the log because the logs are too short. $50. At least 100. Ugh. Oh, because it's April 1st. Oh, I hate being on the internet on April 1st. Okay, so. Why is there such a delay before the first own? Why are you still... Oh, I missed when I hit stop. Okay, so... Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times before we did the first own. That is already quite unexpected. We do sleep for 5 seconds down here. Oh, I guess we came here immediately while servers was still empty. We slept for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. And then we ran. Okay, so I understand that. And the first time after we knew about some and still 0 were owned. Noodles, 1, 2, 3, continued through to nuke. Probably. Food and stuff, 1, 2, 3, we nuked it. Sigma, 1, 2, Joe's 1, 2, Han, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So those 2 we owned immediately. And some others we didn't. Why are you printing noodles every time now? You're not updating as admin rights. root access? Yes. So you're not getting to 2. There is no 2. What? What? Not, I didn't say that. Maybe? There, okay, so you're only considering the ones that will have access to it. Very verbosely. Run. Target. Witness. Both F's. And no backslash. Run deploy. Frequent stuff. Target noodles. And now we wait for several minutes for hacking to happen. And I have to catch specifically when it does indeed happen. To see how you don't say what you're doing anymore. Hopefully that's the new version. And eventually our level will increase and we'll get access to Sigma, at least. And then what we want to see is it stops printing Sigma after owned goes above 2. Because that means the server is getting updated by Scout. I should probably test that more directly. By like printing out money remaining of something. When are we gonna level up? It's been going for 2 minutes. And 50 seconds, so soon. Where to? In this case will be way more than 2. Oh, something happened. We're at level 39. Oop. Yeah, it worked. We leveled up. And instead of stopping immediately, you tried and you succeeded on those 3, and now we're 5 owned. So that means That means own works. Oh, shut up. So let's just remove all of the debugging and own. And what does that mean I want to look at? Up. Money available. Okay, so shut up. Money available. Really? Oh, JavaScript had that. Maybe not the version I'm working with. Does it exist? Yeah, I was afraid of that. Noodles doesn't have money available? What? God, I click in there, not on drag. Ugh. Oh, there it is. Noodles. What? What? Servers noodles. How do I have that key in this object? Fetching it out just gives me an empty string. Giant string. Servers is also no? What? What? Why is that not giving any print F? Ugh. Ah, what the hell is happening? I don't know where my cursor is. That's why I wasn't seeing money. Double question marks. Optional chaining. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. That's the feature it's got. That makes more sense, honestly. Noodles money undefined. Noodles money. Known value. Went up. Perfect. So my servers are being updated like I designed them to be. Although I did rewrite that a little bit. I don't know where that bug came from, went to... How is it already 4:30? Phew. And the money went down because we successfully hacked a bit. And it went down again. Yeah, it's working. Servers properties are being scouted and updated. Okay. That's the thing that I really actually super want to keep. This means nothing. Okay, so let's undo. Ugh. That hack. I should, except I don't know if I left the clear in or not. It should just work. Oh, we just owned something. I went from 7 to 8. Select target. Guess I should do that because I don't care about the index. For every server. Let lowest diff 9099. Yeah, that's enough. For every server, if server dot money max is 0, ignore this loop iteration. That's the first thing. And then if hack difficulty is less than the lowest difficulty we've found so far, both do both of those things. Except if server.hostname in attacks turn. Great. You gonna undo too much? Yep. Attacks is initialized to nothing. Okay, yes. So inside this loop, oh, you know, I realized I want to do this differently. I want to scan nonstop, and instead, every time I visit a node, factor equals factor or 10%. Return base times 1 minus factor over 2 plus math dot random times factor times base. So I subtract half of the factor, then randomly subtract half of the factor times base. And then add back factor times base randomly. Yes. So we will discover different hosts at different times. It will make us more or less likely to thunder the herd. Whatever. Uh-huh. Should generally be good. Hello. Report second. I think I might do that here as well. Rather than 1 every 5 seconds. Oh, you're not async. Can I just... throw the word async in there? Oh, nice. Except... no. It's not going to do what I want because of... I doubt object.values is going to be awaiting. So leave that one. I think this will work well. Okay, so we will short circuit that and actually call it now. Oh, no. One more thing. Where's my cursor? Do I have that? No, not even written in. Okay, so that is a dictionary. For each potential target, is there a convenient max of an array? Function in JavaScript. Numbers given as input, so I can spread an array. So I want to
Telling the federal government any and every motherfucking thing about my black ass.
let
That, my
ins
friend, is a clear
equal
case of him or me. And you best believe
attack
it ain't gonna be me.
tax target map process to process dot end ms.
Fuck's happening? Oh, man. Oh, man, I shot Marvin in the face. Why the fuck you do that? Well, I didn't mean to do it.
Delete, not onset. Onset might be Python. If final end is before now, delete tax target. So before I pick a new attack, clean up all the existing attacks. If it's over, we're not attacking that target anymore. And we will call that Time must be a number in line 237. Didn't return, did I? Yes, I did. Is of type object. Value empty object. Base minus factor over general math. How is that an object? Oh, come on. You don't let me copy. Well, that way. There. Fuzz 50. Promise. Async. Whoops. So obvious in hindsight. Hey, look at the servers gradually creeping up. Oh, I'm not calling attack. I don't need to own it to target it. Okay, let's find the stuff that I just wrote. Expect those to be called. Line 80. Attack select target is not returning anything. It isn't getting called a second time, apparently. Oh, there it is. Just very, very gradually. Whoa, whoa. Does home have 0 money and so it's going to be naturally ignored? One, two, three, noodles. 1, 2, but not 3. So you should select noodles and print so right there. It should be impossible to call attack select target and not immediately print attack target. Four noodles. Four noodles. Yeah, you're considering a whole lot of things and dropping because the hack difficulty is not the lowest. Should be a button to clear the log here. And not at the bottom. Select home, select noodles, 4 noodles. Select a whole bunch of things, 4 noodles. So how... are you not in... Yep, you're async because you're not async. Four noodles and then nothing. What? How are you not getting to line 56? You're running multiple times. T printf. Ugh. And then you're sleeping for 10 seconds. Okay. There. Attack target noodles. Semi-perfect. Let's go for broke. You're doing a lot of attack cleanup. And never say anything else. Printf debugging for the win. Attacking rules, but you don't want to weaken. Because it's at minimum. That's good. He's going up slow. Oh, that jumped a bit. There we go. We're over 0.05. So you should want to weaken now. Nan? That would help explain. It's not 0 that you're returning. Ugh. Max Nan. Free RAM's probably the problem. Free object promise. Man, still. Okay. We need a clear log at the top here. Free Nan. gonna guess in that case that's all I need to look into. I'm only doing 0 plus minus. Undefined. RAM used, not used RAM. Yeah, that would be too convenient to be in the same order. We can noodles by 2. Ah, shut up. Okay. That's good. 2 feels correct. Okay. So now it's all about whether this works. I should record how many threads each attack was. Let's just see what that does. There's no attacks. did we actually launch the weekend attack? Attack launch weekend. There's no used RAM. So where's that? Ah! Why are we not? Have details changed? It is, yeah. Doesn't need weakening. I've got this bug that I was experiencing a lot on the first day and almost not at all on the second day. It's completely skipping paint events. So here we go. I'm going to type HACK, enter, and then do nothing. And nothing at all happens when the progress completes. It should be painting the result of the hack, but now if I press G to start typing grow, then it paints the result of the hack. And I'm getting the same exact thing, almost every time I try to move the cursor in the editor, it doesn't actually do it. And then when I press another key, it paints the result of the previous action, but not the current action. And so the cursor is never quite where I think it is. And the same exact thing is happening if I press up. It looks like my input is empty, but if I press enter, it's going to hack again. No, not that now. It's just inconsistent enough that I can't deal with it. The good news is when there's no target that needs something, my script is just doing nothing, which is the right thing to do. Come on, over 0.05.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. No, shut up.
Okay, security well above 0.05. Above the base. So minimum is 1. The current is 105. Good. That's what I want. So now you should weaken. Or not. But at least you tried. And you will fail again because you completely failed. If I try again. Okay. Okay. Progress. Launch weaken. Good. Cursor and whatnot is working again. I don't know. Are you going to let me %S? Still crash. Harder. Found undefined. Which one was undefined? Oh, no, something else was undefined. Those both printed out. Oh, and you executed it. Ugh. Okay. Do I have my really old scripts? I don't think so. Let's just hack. That's it. Run. Wait. This is way too so much. There. Just hack. As much as we can hack. Overdo it, who cares? Oh, right. I can just up hack directly. So I can run up hack noodles. A whole bunch. There we go. 1.2. Sweet. Okay, so you didn't crash. Oh, you're weakening food and stuff as well. Did you clear? I restarted you. Oh, you did crash. Expecting a number on line 214 inside report. Okay. Progress. Don't need that actually. Let's just do this. Now you probably successfully cleared up. Yep. Well, it's certainly not dinner time, but I'm hungry. That's a shame. So your security is way above 0.05. Why is there a double close bracket here? Ooh. my syntax slightly wrong. For const key value of. Even better, there's not a for each. For post prots of that I'm growing when you're already full. Whatever. So that tells me that you took one process with some number of threads that I didn't record. Hello. Click the button. That did not... do much. So I want to... Yuck. Launch. Attack. Launch. I'm going to be duplicating this. Should probably add some buffer to that. It's not going to be over at exactly that time. But it's mostly working. Where's report? Oh, perfect. Let's see if I can just get that printing correctly. Yes, got noodles. I'm sad that on an empty screen, prints out at the bottom and scrolls up, because it's going to make a reasonable interface hard to use. It's going to make things jump around a whole bunch. This list of how many servers there are is going to be at the bottom, and then an attack is going to start. It's going to move up one line, and another attack up one line. It's going to be so jittery. But, you know, it is what it is. One process. Weakening. How long does that take? If that entry disappears and it stops saying attack with 1, but it's still saying it. And it's not scrolling down. So cleanup is not working. What is... Oh, yeah, I'm hacking. Cleanup is not working. Is that way up here somewhere? Attack. Cleanup. That's gonna print a heck of a lot, isn't it? This is not a date object. Huh? 82. What? 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 What does this is not a date object mean? (82) 8. Tech cleanup array 4H. You gonna tell me it's not a string? Whoa. Ugh, I'm not calling value of. I'm just referencing it. final end is bigger. At some point, it'll get smaller. And it disappeared. Sweet. But now I'm realizing I've left nowhere to record what the attack is. I don't want to say attack. I want to say weak. But cleanup works at least. So now it's port time. No, now it's where do I record which operation is happening? Do I cheat and just throw it in the process and assume that the processes are all the same? Or do I make attacks an array? Not an object, and I think I refactor what attacks is. So yeah, there's exactly one entry in attacks. It gets created exactly when we start it. And cleanup, I'll have to. Yep. Cleanup will have to change. For let target. Oh. Oof. Now we've got mutating an array while we're looping over it. Zero. Attack is null. Attack is attacks I plus. Dirty hack, but it'll work. I think. Now, attack dot procs dot push proc. Attacks dot push attack. Let's look that back over. So we start by initializing an attack object. And then for every server we've got access to, it's got RAM to launch at least some threads. We start a process, and if that was successful, we record it. And we keep trying until we're out of threads. Not launched. Yeah, I think I'll keep that Boolean around. If I didn't launch anything, give up. Because I couldn't find anywhere to launch this attack. Otherwise, keep track of the fact that I launched that attack on with those processes of that type. Oh, this is going to be harder. Some. If attacks.sum at target equals and the report needs to be fixed. Okay. Okay, I am a tiny bit shocked, but maybe I shouldn't be surprised that this is as far as we got today. With a good 4.5 hours invested. So you're weakening. Because Noodles needs weakening. And you're doing nothing else because you're already attacking Noodles. And where? Oh. Target. In report 223. Undefined. Where's the attack launch? Pushing the value. So, attack is an object that is definitely not undefined. Attacks push attack. Attack target, attack op, attack procs, length. Attack target, attack op, attack procs. Attack target, attack op, attack procs. Which thing is undefined? I'm going to have to print them one by one on different lines so you can tell me which one you think is broken, aren't I? I suppose if I put these things in the opposite order, I can have the various attacks and their progress bars growing up from the bottom with the number of servers staying static. And that'll be a little bit better. But then I would also want to process attacks in reverse order. Reading target. Maybe this is wrong. For a statement executes a loop that operates on a sequence of values stored in an iterable object. ABC. Okay, well then. Oh, it was when it finished. Is delete the wrong thing to do? So it printed that there was one. Empty array, empty array. Makes sense. Now there is one. If it's perfectly on the line. Array of object with target op procs. Yes, that's what I expect. And when this proc finishes and we clean it up, null. Am I going to have to do a slice thing? Yeah, yeah. Gonna have to splice, okay. Clean up. Where's that? Rate a splice. Okay, get you going. And then in a few moments, give you something to do. Don't think you're printing to the terminal anymore. You're weakening with one process. That's going to take, what, 30 seconds to finish? What's going to happen when you finish? Hopefully you just stop printing the attack status. Array is not defined. Did I type the word array and not attack? That is a lame beginner's move. Wait, you have 2 million out of 1.75 million? How can that be? I think I've only got 8 owned because I never made a single program this time around. Do augments make that faster? Because that is really slow. I need that. Oh, perfect, perfect. So I can launch a weaken and all is well. So if I just keep hacking noodles, you'll keep weakening it. Okay, we got hacked. You're weakening. You're done. All is well. Oh, were you at 2,000, not 2 million? Oh. Oh, you're weakening because we grew aggressively. Really? Oh, 0.3 is way more than 0.05. Yep. And it does not take you very much effort to weaken. So if I knew how to grow, you would be growing food and stuff right now while you're weakening noodles. I'm pretty sure. Okay, that is a huge win. All I need to do now is implement the other attacks. Grow and hack. What's this now? Not even 300 lines. Two days played. You must be counting offline time. There's so much to do, but also it's so much less than it was. I think, well, I was about to say, I think this loop is complete, but no, I need to copy paste these 5 lines. And I need to implement that. Which is not that hard. It's just loop through attacks and find the minimum end, maybe buffer it a little bit, and sleep until then. Once I have multiple kinds of things built, it's going to exhaust resources real fast. So really it's launch, which is annoyingly complicated. You know what? That's not adding anything. So we need to implement attack threads grow and attack launch grow. And we'll be well on the way. But that is a project for another day. Thank you everyone for dropping by. Hope I get to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye.